get for sitting this afternoon. Today, we also name Diaspora and name Rachel get for sitting this afternoon. Okay, we're moving on to the activities that we have today. We have a lot of activities here and a lot of issues to be talked about today. We remind you, there are a lot of issues affecting Sierra Leoneans and Sierra Leonean countries, but we cannot talk about everything today. So we have the most important and the set priorities, so the world can understand, watch, and listen to what is going on exactly in Sierra Leone. And also Sierra Leoneans can listen and watch for those of you who are out of touch with Sierra Leone to see exactly what is going on.
Of touch with Sierra Leone to see exactly what is going on. And Matilda, what is on the next program?
So basically, any side that we need for make sure say we tell Papa God thank you and we call Papa God now we miss. And we all know say we come on a country where we get where people can call Christmas country
with Sierra Leone to see exactly
any side will start with friendly self, we know they fail
and
so today one call on so basically any side that we need for make sure say we tell Papa God the Christian prayer God now we miss this and we all know say we come on a Christian prayer where we get where people can call Christmas country
with Sierra Leone to see
and inside will start with friendly self, we know they fail inside today one Mr. Jibril. So basically, any side we get information we tell Papa God the Christian prayer God now we miss this and we all know say we come on and that Christian prayer where we get where people can call Christmas country
with Sierra Leone to see
and inside will start with friendly self, we know they fail inside today one Mr. Jibril. So basically, any side we get information the Christian prayer God now we miss this and we all know say we come on and that Christian prayer where we get where people can call Christmas country
with Sierra Leone to see
and inside will start with friendly self, we know they fail so today one Mr. Jibril. So basically, any side we get information
can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Salone, now we young Salone go better. Papa God, any side where you're in the midst of the matter, it doesn't matter if we work out well. Let's go into the attitude of prayer. Loving Heavenly Father, we come to you this hour asking for your blessing. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Salone, now we young Salone go better. Papa God, any side where you're in the midst of the matter, it doesn't matter if we work out well. Tomorrow, they are going to the attitude of so we are looking forward, loving Heavenly Father. We come to you for guidance, asking for your blessing. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Salone, now we young Salone go better. Papa God, any side where you're in the midst of the matter, it doesn't matter if we work out well. Tomorrow, they are going to the attitude of so we are looking forward, loving Heavenly Father. Come to you for guidance, asking for your blessing. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Salone, now we young Salone go better. Papa God, any side where you're in the midst of the matter, it doesn't matter if we work out well. Tomorrow, they are going to the attitude of so we are looking forward, loving Heavenly Father. Come to you for guidance, asking for your blessing. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Salone, now we young Salone go better. Papa God, any side where you're in the midst of the matter, it doesn't matter if we work out well. Tomorrow, they are going to the attitude of so we are looking forward, loving Heavenly Father. Come to you for guidance, asking for your blessing. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Salone, now we young Salone go better. Papa God, any side where you're in the midst of the matter, matter. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow, we are going to protect you. So we are looking forward to the year comes to you first of all. That is when we are ready. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon,
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Utego Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Prayer. Mufti Ahmed Bangura, please now. Utego
Again, I am still kindly asking everyone, that's the unsigned, that you're raising the unsigned up, to please put it down so we can easily look and find our guest speakers. Please, I can see Lamin Kande Denke and then Galaxy S8 and so many other people with the unsigned up. Can you please bring it down? Please bring it down. Thank you.
So we people make una bring the unsigned down, do ya, so that we go easily able to identify with speaker them, because this now virtual, not to live. Normally the speaker then can they behind the wait, but because this now virtual, we need for able for identify with speakers them. So do ya all man puts their hand on, and so that we go see the person where we need for bring cam on camera.
Because we have almost 300 people already on the Zoom, so it's a bit of a challenge. So please understand and bear with us, and please conform to, to our appeal. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you very much once more again. If we're not able to get Mufti Ahmed Bangura, I go lead the prayer. If anybody able follows, either say Amen or repeat after what I say. I read Fatiha aloud for we all God will protect and guide us. So A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahman Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghayril maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amen.
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 Amen. Amen.
So thank you very much for that Muslim prayer. And we are moving on straight to the program proper. But before we move on, I want to take this opportunity. Like I said, the Sierra Leone Diaspora Unity Campaign, came together to do this global virtual protest to complement the efforts of the consortium of progressive political parties that we call COP for short. So I want to take this opportunity to recognize our various political parties of the consortium. I will first start with the All People's Congress, APC, the National Grand Coalition, the NGC, the Unity Party, UP, the People's Movement for Democratic Change, PMDC, the Coalition for Change, C4C, United Democratic Party, UDM, National Unity and Reconciliation Party, NURP, and I will pass the mic over to our other host, Matilda, for recognize the other political parties that came together to form the consortium.
Okay, so I will continue from where Rachel left off. And we go continue, and I will done with the order, name them with all the political party then we come together for can form this consortium where all the reports. People's Democratic Party, PDP, National Democratic Party, NPD, United Nations People's Party, UNPP, Alliance Democratic Party, ADP, People's Liberation Party, PLP, and last but not least, the Green, White, and Blue Party. There are those who form the Green, White, and Blue Party who are amongst us. We not belong to any party, but themselves they are so. And so we they recognize themselves, we come up na the Green, White, and Blue Party, we sit down so for can listen. Before we go into the first session, we go once for Yeri with national anthem.
I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend her, honor her good name, always work for her unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity. And put her interests above all else, so help me God, so help me God. I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend her, honor her good name, always work for her unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity. And put her interests above all else, so help me God, so help me God.
All right, go ahead, go ahead. I think I missed that one.
Indeed, we pledge with love and loyalty to our country, Sierra Leone. We forget the national anthem, but we get the pledge. It's all good. The pledge also suffice. Now we go inside the program proper. But before we introduce the first reader, I go make me other host Giwi the first session. Line them up for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Matilda J. Cole. But I want to remind everybody here that, like we said before, this is a virtual protest that is organized by the Sierra Leone Diaspora Unity Campaign to complement the effort of the consortium that is made up of different political parties and not one political party. So I just want to set the record straight on that issue. And like my other host said, Matilda, we are coming to the first session. And the first session, we have the reading of the letter which will be presented to the international community alongside a report evidencing the atrocities committed by the ruling party. And also there will be a statement as well on governance, democratic rule, and human rights. Also, there will be a statement on the role of civil society and human rights. Also, there is another statement followed, peace and security, which is very paramount to our country and to Sierra Leoneans as a whole. Peace and security, and the speaker will also be looking at intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. And followed by the diaspora, which will be also talking about the dual citizenship, as we can call to same. And we also get very important statements from the physically challenged who are equally affected by what is going on currently in our country by the ruling party. But before these people speak, and before you hear them speak, let's take a look at what have been happening with regards to all what I have mentioned that the speaker will be talking about.
We hit hard, and it will continue to hit even harder. My government will hit hard, and it will continue to hit even harder until this fight is won.
Would they kill una if una die una die? Or would they block una foot una go spend house?
Mama, 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 wherever you dey, mama, 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 make you pray for me, mama, mama, because we don't tire, we don't tire for this oppression, mama, 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 that's why we dey ask for solution, mama, mama, mama. Police they kill us, French they burn us, wherever you dey, mama.
Roland sings. Because we have sought to cover up past killings or evil, though it still persists, we have been powerless to check the new evil of today and give justice to whom justice is due. Evil unchecked grows. The killings of over 30 unharmed prisoners at the Pandemic prison in Freetown of Sierra Leone went unchecked. The killings at Pandemic prison unchecked grows from the killing in Tonkolimber and subsequent killings and police brutalities in Mile 91, Tombo, Lunsa, and McKinney in the form of serial killings. The violations of human rights unchecked grows. Evil tolerated poisons the whole system. The regular killings and human rights violations tolerated poison the whole system. The arbitrary arrests and detentions tolerated poison the whole system and undermined democracy and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And because we have tolerated our past and present evils, international affairs are poisoned and law and justice have disappeared from them. The robbery of McKinney's generated by armed military and police officers after midnight that led to the execution of several unharmed protesters must be uncovered and the perpetrators brought to justice now. Freedom requires a rule of law and justice and a judicial system in which the rights of some are not secured by the denial of rights to others. Where justice is denied, where the killing of unarmed civilians is enforced, where intimidation and tyranny prevail. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And where a tribe or region is made to feel that the government or security system is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and kill them. Neither persons nor property will be saved.
Well, that was Matilda. You can take over from here. And as we can all see, that is just, to set the pace for our speaker as they will be talking or speaking about most of the atrocities that we see on this video and on the other footages. Thank you. Matilda, over to you.
At this point, I want to welcome to the floor Miss Christine Corker. We go read a letter we go be presented to we international family them alongside a report evidencing we go get boku bebe evidence them of the bad thing them or some of the bad thing them where they happen to the people them na Salone. The reading of a letter which will be presented to the international community alongside a report evidencing atrocities committed by the ruling government will be read by Ms. Christine Corker. Ms. Christine Corker.
Where is Miss Christine Corker? We need to identify.
Miss Christy Corker, can you please raise your hand up with the raise hand sign? I just want you to bear with us. Like I said, we have almost 300 people right now on the Zoom, and you know, it's a bit of a challenge getting our speakers. So just bear with us as we are trying to do so.
Who's trying to...
Miss Christine Corker, can you identify yourself, please?
I think she's waving.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Okay. On behalf of the people of Sierra Leone and the membership of the Sierra Leone Diaspora, we take the unique opportunity to government and to thank you and your government organization for supporting the government and the people of Sierra Leone. Over the years, and in particular through this difficult time of the global pandemic of coronavirus, we are confident that your relationship with our country will be strengthened by the mutual desire of our people and your government organization to remain committed to promoting peace and stability, human rights, and economic development for our country. Since 2018, several members of the Sierra Leone Diaspora have written so many letters to different governments and organizations, possibly including yours, raising concerns regarding the attack on democracy and serious the scale of corruption, human rights violations committed by government officials against the defenseless people of Sierra Leone. We note that some of you have already made calls and some even citizens, and some visited and held discussions with the Bio administration over citizens' concerns and the issues of the rule of law. You will recall that in the first year, the Bio administration superintended over the most chaotic and crime-laden period since the end of the Civil War, and he appeared to have either lost control of the country or negligency indifference to the plights of citizens. His administration imposed an unelected speaker of parliament and a deputy speaker, and in 2019, 10 elected parliamentarians of the main opposition party were removed from their seats and were substituted with unelected members of the ruling party. The situation worsened in 2020 at the time when the world was not watching due principally to the unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. And while the country was locked down in unprecedented one-year state of public emergency, some of those letters were circulated to the public media, and some of these letters were circulated to public media, and they came to the attention of the government, but they impacted little on the administration. Those correspondences were in summary complaints about the destruction of democracy, corruption, and the complaints about the destruction of corruption in the government of President Julius Maada Bio. Gross abuse of power by the president, the killing of huge numbers of civilians, burials and mass graves around the country, as well as violence against the imprisonment of members of opposition political parties. They are televised reporters of members of government who attack polling stations, destroying ballot boxes and throwing elections officials out of stations, thereby canceling by-elections, which the governing party was sure to lose. We note that apart from these complaints, government operatives in police or military uniforms attacked and killed civilians in different parts of the country, sometimes during by-elections. The highlight of these atrocious incidents was the attack of the main correctional facility in Freetown by a member of the Presidential Guard, seen on live television, firing into the prison yard, killing defenseless prisoners whose numbers have yet to be ascertained, although independent sources estimate that it could be over 50 people killed and tens of others wounded. The Bio administration has not investigated anybody for these crimes. Despite the failure of policies of the Bio administration in tackling massive corruption within its ranks and in creation of a peaceful atmosphere for citizens, the administration continues to suppress free speech, imprison opposition politicians, and murder citizens with impunity. The recent uncontroverted reports that the president and his wife have personally been taking millions of US dollars public money from the national treasury creates even further public concern for a country which is 71% reliant on foreign debt or grants this year, according to the World Bank. We, the members of the Sierra Leone Diaspora, have resolved to engage members of the international community, including your government organization, over the concerns of the majority of Sierra Leoneans at home who have been depressed and deprived of their right to public protest and to call for changes. We believe that our platform of Diaspora members can make a significant impact in getting out of the message of suffering and depression of the people of Sierra Leone to you. We are aware about independent reporting that the government of President Bio is also engaged in bribery and paying huge sums of money to foreign public relations companies to represent the administration in a bid to launder this imagery internationally. We are terrified about what is happening in our country these days, and this effort is intended to get our attention, to intervene, and to stop a reoccurrence of civil conflict altogether. We urge your excellency to also look into these matters, conduct your independent investigations, and help to save our country's democracy, as well as help us, the citizens, to hold our leaders accountable. We are further convinced that if nothing is done, the current administration will inflict more harm, hardship on the people, especially as President We are further convinced that if nothing is done, the current administration will inflict more harm and hardship. The current administration will inflict more harm and hardship on the people, especially as presidential and general elections are getting close. This is because folks at home are being silenced, and most state and private institutions are being politicized in order to silence them also. We cannot over-empathize the depression at home as show of solidarity with our folks at home who for many times have unsuccessfully tired to state protests. We, the Sierra Leone Diaspora, have planned a huge online Save Sierra Leone protest against the Bio administration this month. We are sure that our members in other countries in Africa, United States, Australia, Europe, Asia will converge on the 19th to send a message to the world and you Sierra Leone development partners that things have to change in Freetown. We can no longer be silent in this abyss. With this letter, we will send you a summary report with a list of well-documented human rights and constitutional violations of the Bio administration and request your support to liberate our struggling people. We believe it is manifest that President Bio is only concerned about what you members of the international community put out in relation to his government. He has been watching on while incidents were happening, and he set the police and the army against civilians. The chaos is troubling. We are not expecting a foreign invasion of the country, but we are convinced that unless the situation is put under sufficient control, it will be difficult to dismiss the possibility of internal strife sooner rather than later. Should this eventually occur, it will lead to a reversal of all gains each one of you and your country has made through these years. We do not want that to happen, but we need to emphasize that the Sierra Leones are eager to once again enjoy their fundamental right and liberty without fear of a politician. Thank you, Your Excellency, as we look forward to working with you on these issues and providing other information of evidential value. Please accept the assurance of our gratitude for your role. Yours faithfully. That's it.
Thank you very much, Miss Christine Coker. Now I will pass on to me other host. We go take the floor from here.
All right, thank you very much, Matilda. As you've just heard from a young lady, the letter that will be presented to the international community for all those who have been following the issues in Sierra Leone, it is well put together, and like we said, the video that has been played also speak volume. So we're going to move on quickly to the other speaker that will be talking on governance, democratic rule, and human rights, Mr. Karim Ba. If Mr. Karim Ba, if you are on the Zoom,
yeah,
can you please raise your
his
hand?
His hands are up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I was on mute. Okay, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, somewhere else. Good morning to everybody. I think to say this is a very historic gathering, and I think it's very timely because of so many reasons, including the fact that we did a global movement of protest, of change. I think today on June 19, and we brought out the way the America, we gonna say for the first time in the history of America, they don't recognize this day also for celebrate the people that we suffered during slavery, we now people there as well. So we get for make all the linkages and also because we are part of all this global movement for change in our society. And also important because we're in a period of flux in Salone, a situation whereby we can either move forward in progress or we get stuck in this quagmire in this situation of endless undemocratic rule, brutality, violence, poverty, lack of basic services, and the rest. So it is really an honor for me for the NASO and for me to ask me for talk on governance, human rights, and also before I talk much, make I just emphasize say this is not about any political party. This is not against SLPP or this is not for APC. This is for the people of Sierra Leone, for the progress we want to see, for picking them tomorrow, and we too want for left for the next generation, because we own generation are going to go so. But for 60 years, we don't get much for sure. So we too get for sure for Pekin and Bambai. So having said that, make I just go straight to waiting I want for say in the, for say number one, the most important thing for say is that we are citizens. We are not slaves. We are not subjects. It is very, very important for underline that we are citizens first and foremost. And when you are a citizen as opposed to a subject, it comes with fundamental rights. It comes with inalienable rights where somebody not for take from you. And that is exactly what we are talking about today. It's about governance and the kind of government and the kind of system we want for serve we as citizens. And but unfortunately, the one that we doesn't have power since independence, not really understand say then they have power or then they govern we for serve the citizens. Because in their mindset, they really think to say we are not citizens, that we are just subjects. We are just subjects to be ruled, to be trampled upon, and for for obey. There's no such thing for obey in serious democracy and citizenship. It's a dialogue between those in power and the one that we not in power. Because not only that, society will progress. No one group of people, no one set of people gets all the wisdom for take the society to also one. Like collective efforts. But it seems that the people that we don't the kind of power, successive governments since independence, not understand this fact. And we see say it just to get worse and worse. And with this government, I think say this government, more than any other civilian government in history, is so entrenched with this idea of violence, with this idea of is either us or not, this idea of brutality, this idea of you have to accept waiting we give on or we brutalize you, we get your way out, which is wrong. You know, go born good be king, and it will only lead to more violence and destruction of the society. So the most important thing in our society is for me we understand that fact. They say we are citizens, and we are citizens mean to say we get right, forget a say, and for craft the kind of society we want. It's not for more just democracy, not for just for go vote, there was don't full and full foot. No, we get a right for demand the things that we want. We get the right for express ourselves if we're not happy with what the government they do, and we get a right for provide an alternative idea, an alternative solution to what the government they do. So that is exactly why we are here, to organize ourselves and for make a good voice and for make we able for shape up the future we want for ourselves and for picking them or grand picking the way for come after we. So it is very important. And in the age of virtual protest, in the age of internet and digital media, it is also important that we are part of this digital age where we want for use for debates and also for shape the future. Particularly so when the ruling elites within our power, no, they allow we for exercise their fundamental rights in any democratic society. The right to peaceful protest is fundamental. Nobody not forget right for take away that right from we. We see say even in other even in countries like America during the height of the corona, people went out and expressed their views, they organized themselves against police brutality after the killings of Black people, especially George Floyd. So in that same vein, we not to a lesser human beings as Salone people, no, we not to an inferior or lower caste human beings them to other human beings in the world where they enjoy their rights today. So the first thing where we want as citizens, now forget the right for organize yourself, forget the right for talk, forget the right, all the basic fundamental human rights then, within our constitution and within our global human rights standards the way everybody in the world they practice. So it is against that background that we then also today for assert that we write today and for say democracy now the rule of the people. That means we get a right for have a say, we get a right for shape the future of this country. And since independence, we see say, the level of violence and brutality against civilians, against ordinary people, is just intensified. And we, in the 90s, within our university, one of the things that we were fed for, now for me to get democracy. We say we were opposed to one-party rule of APC, we were opposed to military dictatorship of NPRC, where, of course, President Bio was part of that junta. And we see, say, under the FRC junta, we see, say, under various rebel connections and affiliations with military every regimes, we risk our life as young people, and then for say, no, we don't want to live under this kind of society of fear. We don't want to live in a society who will not get a say about the kind of political system where they govern with, or who that they govern with. That's why we fought. We know, say, August 18, 1997, we were very young then. We organized ourselves and protested against the military dictatorship, the military rule of Johnny Paul Kuroma, not so because we were diehard supporters of Ahmed Tijan Kaba or SLPP, but because we believe we want to live in a society whose we get a say, whose with dignity, with freedom, with basic fundamental freedoms is accepted. But unfortunately, the people we don't risk their life, we don't put themselves in danger for make we get this kind of democracy today. We are not benefiting from the fruits of those democracy. Only the few people that they are around power and they benefit, and they get the dividends, and they enjoy transport because they give them free motor car, free fuel, free housing. The ordinary people, they don't get their basic services today, where everybody is supposed to forget. Apart from electricity and water, we get right for get decent living conditions, for live in a decent hostel, for get decent street them, for get decent public transportation, for me to pick and go to a decent school away, the classrooms, they're not overcrowded, hot and dark, and also basic learning materials and all that. So these are the dignity that we fight for as citizens when we fight for democracy and good governance. Because now within democracy and good governance, now we're able to advocate for all the rights that we deserve. But unfortunately, this government don't fail for protect the rights as citizens for protest, and they don't fail for providing services then for we. Corruption is skyrocketing. The government, especially the president and in web, they use the state resources as their personal property. Go talk, say, and they go on official visit where forgive and just a leeway for take people then with country resources and go spend upon themselves and keep some and loot. This is really blatant daytime robbery and looting of the state treasury for the benefits of few people. So this now we write for organize yourself, for campaign, for demand what you want. Now we write for do virtually like what they do. So now we write for also protest on the ground. But we know say since this government came apart for the past 2 years, I believe for say this government don't kill more people than any other civilian government in history in a space of 2 or 3 years. In a space of 2 years, the killing start na Tonko Limba. He go on at Tumbo, he go on at Lonsai, then they kill people in Apademba Road, massacre people them on April 29 last year. Then now they also go kill people in Makeni and wound people. And I just read say the people that they protest in Makeni, the one that where they not kill, where they arrest, they are still in prison. They don't go through trials, they are still there, languishing in jail. What kind of country is this? We are talking about democracy. We say in a democracy, and people are not going to right for protest. And when they protest, they kill them or they arrest them and go jail them using colonial draconian laws. Come on. So these are the things that we have to fight against. These are the things we have to organize against. It's no longer organizing for this party against this other party. Now is the time as citizens, we need to organize around the issues then, around the dignity, around the progress of the society. Things like better healthcare. People are dying every day in this society. Healthcare na rights. Food na rights. Life na rights, fundamental rights. So we not get right to life because they kill people at 50 faster whenever they go out for exercise the right to protest. If you not die per protest, you go die of hunger. If you not die of hunger, you go die of of curable diseases. Look what they happen. The other day, doctor died. The other day, Pekin and they died because oxygen go off. We lights go. You know, this is not a violation of people's rights. Generator for set up one generator on the hospital, let me know, will cost me more than $50,000 or $100,000 for one generator. Yet the president is spending money there on DSA, on useless trips there abroad, some of which on private visits, some of which on so-called honeymoon visits. Which they go spend over $1 million according to African Express investigation. So instead of addressing the people their needs, providing services, ensuring that people are not dying in our hospital of you know, how somebody calling them death by blackouts, you know. So if you not die by gunshots or protest, you go die of hunger and starvation, or picking and die of blackouts. Not to just picking it. Even Connaught Hospital, they say 9 people and died recently in Connaught Hospital because of blackouts. You know, so we tire for accept this kind of thing in our society. We tire for continue for live with this kind of dignity. Outside security, you know, the only security within are for the people within our power, the people that will get big posts, people that get big position. If something, if man go to them or anybody want to go harm them, they will call police. Police will go there in less than 5 minutes or 10 minutes. If we, the ordinary citizens, somebody attack me now, we call police, they no will come. Who's kind of police force around it? A police force that is there to just serve those in power. You know, then after tell say we not to citizens, we not get right. The same rights where the minister get, the same rights where the president get, we self get that rights there for enjoy their rights today, for enjoy their services today. But unfortunately, the people that are in power, they don't take the state as their personal avenue, the personal way for enrich themselves. The state is an appendage of their own personal, you know, needs, rather than forgo the power for serve people. We just yesterday or so, or day before yesterday, Kenneth Kaunda, one-time president of Zambia, died. We all know how he sacrificed for in people. And we all know, say, one of the leaders that went on take country money and fill up in pockets. You know, same with other leaders, Nyerere in Tanzania, you know, in Kuma and Ghana. A lot of all these leaders, they gain power for serve. And that they can't stay no one. People that they can have power for serve them people, them not to for come for full up their pockets or for go enjoy honeymoon in Lebanon, take $1 million, waste the people and resources while picking in the Dina hospital. So just for round up, we cannot take too much of the time now to say that we as citizens we get right for organize ourselves. What do they organize ourselves for? For Save Salone. Save Salone from what? From poverty, from hunger, from malnutrition. The amount of people where they die of malnutrition at Salone is enormous. A recent report where World Food Program WFP released is that hunger don't increase in the country severely. People are dying of hunger and malnutrition. You know, poverty. We as a society we get all the resources for make people live a decent life, but poverty, lack of food, injustice, police brutality, indignity. You know, with transport system, you go to them, put them, you know, go on for, you know, they leave us, you know, go there, you feel to say you're not a human being. You feel to say you're not goats or you're not cow or dogs because we didn't pack una. No, human beings are not supposed for pack. So we deserve dignified living, dignified transport, dignified housing, dignified healthcare, and dignified living for everybody in the country. So we want a future, a bright future for the country. For Pikine when they come, we get for Fed that Fed Day. And we get for Fed that Fed Day by organizing in a very non-violent way. We serve as citizens for organize ourselves and protest. And it is possible for me to achieve them in there so in a short time, but we'll get for prepare for the long haul. So in sum, I will conclude by calling on the organizers and me in a part of the national conversation on Salone Future. For me, we organize ourselves and begin for demand certain things there for people. And beginning the right to protest, the right to free speech, and the right to justice in the court. And one way we can do that, who are waiting at the diaspora, who say want to get this freedom for protest, who say want to get this freedom for organizing ourselves. Any side, any big government official like this administration go to the world, to America, to England, anywhere in the world, for organizing ourselves physically for protest against these people because they deny you of a fundamental right, they kill people there without any justice, and we not get no justice now we land at all. So I will let Fana, so thank you very much for inviting me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Karim, for that extensive, speech and referencing certain issues with regards to governance, with regards to health, with regards to electricity that you mentioned. They are a fundamental human right. Over to you, Matilda. Technical team, can you please unmute Matilda?
Thank you very much, Mr. Karim. Because of time and all the different side way this program they be broadcast, I will ask each of we speakers them for be a bit mindful of the time, even as then they speak. Let me know, for be mindful to the time allotments them so that we not go on extremely over the time for especially the one the way they broadcast in other parts of the world and different provinces in Sierra Leone and whatnot. I thank you very much for all of your cooperation. Now, moving forward, I want to introduce the speakers them where they talk on the role of the civil society and human rights. Mr. Thomas Mokonte and Mr. Marcos Bangos Albangos. So if una can put una hand them up so that we can able to recognize una and project una through, that will be great. Mr. Thomas Mokonte.
Hello.
Mr. Marcos Bangos Albangos.
Mr. Marcos Albangos not around right now because of unavoidable circumstances.
That is good.
So he asked me for convey in apology.
That is good. Can you please go ahead?
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Just go ahead, go ahead.
We are listening.
All right, let me start firstly by thanking and appreciating the organizers of this initiative, which we come together at the crossroads. We get a lot of challenges, and people will not get the opportunity there. So they look up to we get the exposure and the necessary resources or contacts for able to undertake some of them kind of activities here or programs here on their behalf. So I want to thank you profusely. Then, of course, invite me for talk on civil society and the state of human rights in Sierra Leone. As a civil society activist, we're on at the center of governance at the country. I want to say, since this current administration take over, I have been one of the vocal and very, very much consistent civil society activists. We don't follow the government activities and programs religiously. I want to say we have a lot of challenges, even from the civil society point of view. We live in a state where a lot of people get into the civil society not because of passion for promote, protect, and maintain the well-being of the citizenry, but for personal gains. And because of that, we see the civil society space does suffer serious attack by powerful people in different forms. Some they carry resources for actually buy some of the colleagues over. Some they carry violence for intimidate and try for silence some of the colleagues. Some they use different methods then for make sure say you're not able to practice your civil society activism in a manner that is actually befitting of a real civil society activist. But in the midst of all of that, we don't stay the cause. Some of we don't go jail, we don't go prison because of civil society activism under this administration. We have been vilified, we have been attacked, we have been called names and what have you, but that's not to the issue. The issue is we remain committed to promote and uphold the welfare of citizens of this country. Now, going to the issue of human rights, the state of human rights in the country, I must say that when government take over, initially, as we always can get the case, we always get the afaf chamote can take place in different areas between political party overzealous supporters. That happened where we see a lot of people begin for displaced. Some people again for lost their houses, they burned some houses, some people lost their lives. We get one case of people who run away from Kono to Masimbi because they were being attacked. We get people we get calls for lost their houses, they burned their houses inside Kailahu, all of them things there. But we see in the midst of all of that, at that incipient stage, governments not able to take tough actions for able to protect the rights of people, especially the vulnerable people, we will get this kind of attacks. That is one side where, as civil society activists, we became very, very much concerned and disappointed from the outset. Moving forward, we see situations wherein people, they lost their lives on account of police or military or security forces high-handedness. We get the case now Makeni, we get the case now Tumbo, we get the case now Pademba Road Prison, we get the case now Mile 91, Matimbo Village, where they kill people and that nothing has come out of it. All of the issues here so now issues that we don't follow as civil rights activists. And because of the tense atmosphere, because of the consistent perpetration of human rights abuses, where they take place and there is no system in place for actually seek redress, where you will get redress in the real sense of the word. We don't say it don't get attendant effect on even the living conditions of the people today. The living conditions of the people today don't become poorer than it was years ago. Today, we get a country wherein most of the investors not feel safe for investing in Sierra Leone because we have a very toxic environment that is prone to violence at any point in time. We have an environment where governments can just wake up in the morning and then seize license of people that have established multilateral companies. We have a government where an environment where the business community is being overburdened with taxes. And waiting at the effect of that, you have a lot of businesses don't pull out, like the Salone bottle company. There is evidence of that. They pull out because they say there was some kind of they may ask them for too much taxes. We see say even the SL mining where they operating in this country, they get calls for take government to court on account of some kind of unlawful decision where government take, and several other businesses where they employ a lot of Sierra Leoneans, and where they also make them be able to help their families. All of them things has to get a lot of strings attached to human rights, because the right to life, the right to live a dignified life is a right that is, of course, that should be guaranteed by the state. But when the environment is so toxic, volatile, we get with society, we get the people continue to live in squalor, whilst the one that will get power and the resources, they continue to live in opulence. That is the state we have today in Sierra Leone. We are in 3 years down the line of this current administration. We have the gap between the haves and the have-not widened so exponentially. We get the living conditions of the people, they deteriorate by the day. The price of foodstuff and other things, they don't go up astronomically. We have people dying of curable diseases. We have the rate of corruption skyrocketing at a very breakneck speed. These are people who come in governance and actually assure this country and international community that we are going to fight corruption. But what we have seen, with all the assurances that they were going to close loopholes, we have had drainages being opened. Not least, we get even cases of the first lady that has been, they have accused the first lady of grand corruption. Not even the president himself has actually been accused of grand corruption in this country. All of them things here, so they lead to the poor state of affairs. We make people continue for live in squalor. People they continue for suffer. The poor man, they become hungrier as the day they go. And as human rights activists, we don't always say that what we are doing is we are doing a work of God. It's like we are called to do so. Now, like when a pastor or imam get the calling for doing work, irrespective of the intimidations, irrespective of the harassment, vilifications, name callings, we will not stop. We are very much desirous to have a government that is very much sensitive to the wishes and aspirations of its citizenry, wherein everybody will benefit from the national cake, and the country will be a country where free, wherein the rights of people will be respected, and that we have the rule of law being respected in the real sense of the word, wherein people will go to court and get their rights and be assured, wherein the judiciary will not be used as a tool to undermine the rights of people that have dissenting views in the country. So as civil rights activists, we are very much happy that this program, they will organize this program. And now that we not get the opportunity in this country for undertake protest, because at one point in time, me undertake protest, my organization, Citizens Advocacy Network, undertake protest on behalf of over 1,000 students that were deprived of education by government as a result of one granting aid way the past government give then students and they, and what government can say, no, continue the granting. These 1,000 students, we are just moving around the streets despondent. They approach citizens' rights and engage this government. Severally, they're not listening. We decided to go to protest. That protest, they come up bad. Students were mercilessly beaten. Some of them had to actually lose consciousness. I was arrested together with over 50 students, locked up at the Criminal Investigations Department for over 48 hours, and eventually charged to court on frivolous charges. And when we went to court, I was acquitted and discharged with no cost for all the embarrassment and all the inconveniences that they heaped on me. All of that was geared towards actually undermining, suffocating, and discouraging the rights where we get as citizens of a protest. And that is why at the opportunity for talk on the issues where they affect the common man of this country, we will seize them and we will make very good use of them. So we are very happy on behalf of civil society colleagues. I want to say we're thankful that we take this initiative. We always open up for discuss the issues as they are whenever we are contacted, whenever we are needed. Now, for congratulations, I would say that we continue for hold the fort because people depend on us so much for able to extricate them from the bondage of maladministration, human rights abuses, poverty, and of course a lot of other vices that is state. So I thank you once more, and may God bless us all as a country.
So thank you very much, Mr. Thomas Mokonte, for outlining all of Dentia. So I will pass on to my co-host Rachel, make introduce the next speaker. There has been a slight change in the formation of the speaker for this particular segment. Please bear with us due to an emergency. We need to introduce the next speaker so that it will lay in concerns on behalf of the woman them Nadigon. Rachel, go ahead.
Yes, like you rightly said, I'm kindly apologizing to the next speaker as Franca, where they were talking about the women issues, had an emergency or have an emergency and she needs to attend to that. So that is why we are bringing Franca right now to speak on women issues, which is gender equality, equity, and women's rights. So over to you, Franca. We'll give you the floor and you can quickly make your statement. Thank you. Can you please unmute Franca? Can you please unmute Franca? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. Thank you for accommodating me. I get to forgo another occasion with them. I get to go speak out, but as a Sierra Leonean, first and foremost, it is my duty to be here today and definitely advocate for we company woman them now Sierra Leone and for just lend me voice and make sure say the issues are also heard when it comes to this part of our lives. So good afternoon once more, everyone. My name is Franca Kaloko Jallo, and me are the founder of the Concerned Sierra Leonean Women in the Diaspora. We're a non-profit organization that we're comprised of about 30 influential Sierra Leonean women leaders based on the diaspora. We motto and we mission now for speak up for the oppressed and voiceless Sierra Leonean. In addition to that, we're an immigration legal service provider in America. And I'm also a commissioner for the city of Greensboro, and I divide for the position for city council representative in North Carolina, Yawusadi. We take the time today for because we care about Sierra Leone. We are Sierra Leoneans first and foremost, and at the end of the day, Sierra Leone is our home. So we, the Concerned Sierra Leonean Women in the Diaspora, we stand in solidarity with my brothers and sisters then at this virtual protest for talk about particular issues then today where they adversely affect we as women them and picking them at that country. Sierra Leone gets beaucoup issue then regarding forms of abuse, various forms of abuse, which include domestic violence, sexual assault, rape of the elderly, adults, minors, also marital rape, school-related sexual abuse, and most importantly, the stifling of our women and youth voices when it comes to Sierra Leone's political arena. The voices of the Sierra Leone sisters there, the woman them, is often ignored. Then, also what they try for debate and talk about certain issues, the way they affect we own sexual health and reproductive system, we are often ignored in that part as well. And we realize, say, the current administration, they're reluctant and then they resist we, the woman them, in so many senses them, and then they make it so difficult for make we advance and contribute like how everybody knows a woman then they contribute to the Salone and around the world. Women in Salone have about 50% of the population. We are more than 50% of the population in Sierra Leone, but yet still we occupy less than 20% of elected positions in Sierra Leone. We voice with visibility, with participation, with representation in elective and appointment positions remain very low compared to a male counterparts there. The SLPP government, they woefully fail for empower with women and with children, which are the core part of their manifesto and the MDTP report, where they show say, which was shown on the World Women Peace and Security Index. Sorry, I write in English, but I try for definitely talk in Salone because this is a Sierra Leone program and we definitely get for use with mother tongue then. So on the World Women Peace and Security Index, it shows say the SLPP government, they fail we, and that is a huge problem. That is something we should not sit back and take lightly. Under the SLPP government, we nation deteriorate drastically. 16 places right now in 3 years with all kinds of powers, from 137 in 2017 to 153. We don't deteriorate. And it's very important for say the WPS system, they reflect on the World Women Peace and Security Index. We're looking into inclusion, justice and security when it comes to women's issues. Under the SLPP power government, the manifesto shows say on page 138 to 136 to 138, the new direction we promise for take care and empower women, then they fail for do so. 1 in 12 children still they die before their first birthdays. And the lifetime risk for women that will die from complications of pregnancy and childbirth is 1 in 8. Typically in West Africa, a newborn child would need for visit a healthcare facility at least 3 times. But currently in Sierra Leone, this happens 0.5 times for a newborn for going to hospital for even go to get checked. In Sierra Leone, women and girls face discrimination in the politics, in economic sectors, in social sectors, in cultural and civic justice domains. We experience so many issues, and we don't see, say, even with the Auditor General, Lara Taylor Pierce, and with the mayor, Yvonne Akisoya. We have seen that they are going through the stifling of their voices and all kinds of discrimination, despite the good work where they do in the country. Over 66% of women, they don't get education. And the administration promised free education. And then when the way they go to school right now, they don't get quality education. That's an issue. 23% of women, them aged 15 to 19, are married or in a union. They are subjected to domestic violence and violent abuse and all kinds of issues. When they see them on social media, when they see them, they make audio there. Then they cry to the First Lady, Madam Fatima Bio. Then they cry to everybody for saying, "Dear, we need help." When they go through so many issues, them even in a marriage, but yet still their voices are not being heard. And we all know, say, the First Lady in mantra in United Nations campaign slogan is "Hands off our girls." You know, but yet still we see the Boku pregnancies, the way they go on, we see the abuses of women in terms of in their marriage, domestic violence, out of it, in terms of the whole system. And furthermore, then they ship with girls they're off. Now them Middle Eastern countries, them, where then they go, you know, they're subjected to all forms of abuse and torture as slaves in this day and age. That is a huge concern for all of us as women from Sierra Leone. According to the most recent demographic health survey, 21% of girls in Sierra Leone, they are pregnant or have given birth before the age of 19. Until today, girls are being forced to drop out of school because they're not able to reach their full potential. They're not care, but they don't get the resources and the programs that are needed to keep them in school and grow and thrive in the society in our country. And we know, say, with First Lady, they pride themselves for safe hands of our girls. So we need her to do better for our girls, for our women in Sierra Leone. Women, them, and Pekin and Sierra Leone, they are vital contributors to our nation's development. Even at the farm, them, there's reports showing that about 60% of farm labor or food production comes from women. It stems from women. However, we really need to empower women and children and for reach that full capacity and liberate them from violence and inequality and train our women to be to have a voice and for also take an interest in choices that will influence the home and reinforce with sexual orientation and abuses the way they go on Salone. Sierra Leone needs a female president or vice president. It's about time for Salone women then for take them place rightfully na Salone. We ask for the government for give we a chance. At this time, you know, and for over 60 years, man they don't lead. We grateful for see waiting the man that they do na Salone. We don't grateful for see say, you know, the man they don't try them very, very best. But at this time, encourage women them, empower women them, support women them. With the see different countries and they where women leaders and they contribute and then they make sure say the country they develop. In over 60 years, wait till we get for show for na Salone right now. So me, they advocate for any woman we want stand for be a vice president or even a president or take any leadership position in a Salone. Please feel free to do so and make we not put them down and discourage women for make we stand up and reach with full potential in a Salone, because the only way we go better now if we put the woman in before. If we put them before, we you know, women, as all man know, we na mama, we na sister them, we na picking them, and we take care of household in so many ways them for make sure say everything runs smoothly. And I fully believe that in our government system, the women then they will able to take charge and make sure say things will change for the better in Sierra Leone. Before I close, you know, I just want to definitely tell the people and thank you for giving us the opportunity for hearing from the concerned Sierra Leonean women in the diaspora. I see a lot of members and they're on the Zoom right now. And, you know, I want to thank the organizers them. And I also want to say that this protest was absolutely necessary. We get for giving voice for Salone. We get for show the international community that our people matter. If we're not able to do so in Sierra Leone, then we should be able to do so from where we're safe. This is a safe space and a safe zone for us, for make we raise we voice and say, yes, we want better. Our human rights needs to be respected, and the abuse system for women, we picking up with man, everybody regardless of our political affiliations, our religious and so on, religious views, then we get for respect people them in their various diverse roles that we play. So on that note, I want to say thank you to everyone once more. And, you know, thank you so much for putting up this wonderful program. Have a good day.
Okay, that's the wonderful voice of Madam Franca Kaloko Jallow. You know, before, I know, you know, we are running out of time, but you know, when a woman speaks, the whole world is quiet. When a woman speaks, everybody pays attention. Franca, the world is feeling you. Sierra Leoneans are feeling you because you spoke from your heart. And these are the realities of what we as women face in Sierra Leone. And I like the part that you said, women should stand up. After 60 years or 60 years of independence, nothing to show for. We have given the men opportunity for 60 years. It is about time that women should stand up and support each other. Let us stand up. We have competent women. We have solid women in Sierra Leone, in different political parties, regardless, SLPP, APC, UP, whichever, that can change Sierra Leone, that can build back better in Sierra Leone. So Franca, I said thank you very much for your kind words, and you spoke for the women of Sierra Leone, and you spoke from your heart. Over to you, Matilda.
Okay, so we want to tell Franca thank you. He said the man them don't try, but them don't reach for make the man them give the woman them chance for make themselves see waiting the woman them able do. So at this time, we're not gonna waste them. We want to call on the Mr. Max Koroma, for make a talk on
I think so.
for make a talk on the diaspora dual citizenship. Mr. Max Koroma, talk on the diaspora dual citizenship. Mr. Max Koroma, can you put your hands up, please? Max Koroma.
While we are looking for Mr. Max Koroma, we might as well move on to the next speaker to save time if he is ready.
Okay, if Mr. Max Koroma is not here, then let's go to the physically challenged. Mr. Sulai Kalon. Mr. Sulai Kalon. Mr. Sulai Kalon.
I think we have Mr. Okay.
Hello, me Pamudem, Mena Sule Kalon, the president for Disability Inclusive Agribusiness Initiative, and also the chairman for Empower the Disabled Foundation. First of all, today is the 18th of June 2021. At the Mekan in Creole and also other issues and the way I will explain in English, because I want also the international body for catch up with him with the undergo country called Sierra Leone. First of all, we are physically challenged. Issues and the way the government they do for disabled people, we right. There are issues where they promise for do. We're up to then 3 years, we go to full year now, they're not doing it. And we also now part of we don't get a meeting now, so with few disabled chairmen and we don't buy that we are part of the protest. The Zoom protest, and then we also, as a citizen of this country, with the third international body that things and the way the government they do, we're not right, and we are saying this because we are physically challenged, and as a physically challenged, I hope say if there is any problem in our country like war, we will be facing a lot of challenges and we will suffer the most. So as I say, there are certain issues, you know. First of all, make I tell the world say the disability population, the estimate is about 77,000 nationwide, when not including the blind, the deaf, amputees, and the polio victim. This government will bring a strategic objectives and way if we say they do, where you know they do it, because if we talk about comprehensive review and implementation of policy and law relating to disability, especially, you know, effort to make public facilities disability friendly, you know, the free healthcare and for the free healthcare, and also the livelihood supports, which all these things we know this year, you know. Then talk about the free healthcare. The free healthcare for disabled person, as I know, is about the most medicine that a disabled man need in his life is getting a wheelchair and a crutches. These are the medicine I hope disabled person can let forget, because now the medicine is, if you not get them, you cannot go anywhere. If you don't have crutches and wheelchair, you cannot move. And all these things are very much difficult for us to get in our country, because as of now, this wheelchair and crutches, people are selling it, people are making it as a business. The government is not providing these things for us, because if you look at the prices of these things they sell in shops, is about 500,000 euro, where they sell one of these crutches, one pair of crutches, and the wheelchair is about 500 or 700,000 euro. And then if a disabled man not get a wheelchair, you not get the crutches, how will they move? Who side they go? You know, let us see as this thing. Who side this disabled man can move and go if you don't get this thing? I think this is not the most medicine what government for provide. But government, you know, they look at these things. Government, they make the disabled people they suffer the most. All the things they need disabled people at the time is when they say election. You know, there are a lot of things where this government don't talk, where they don't ever do. The cost of living, the condition of living for persons with disability. If you go around the street of Freetown, you see a lot of disabled begging on the street. You know, some of them are sleeping around the street of Freetown. You go to Wilberforce Street, you see them. You go to Country Tree, around Country Tree area, you see them. You know, all these things, you know, they go down well with you. So, and that means we all the join hand, you know, for this protest, because the thing is, this government, one thing, no light facility is very, very much poor than the previous government. You see, everything they get back to worse, everything they go out of hand. The condition of living for persons with disability is very much difficult for us to live. For a disabled to have, even to get what they call 10,000 euro for a day is difficult. You know, now they don't bring safety net where they try for give money out to disabled people around the country. And if you look at this money where they give, you look at when they begin this money, they begin discriminate, you know.
Okay, that was Mr. Sule Kalon speaking on behalf of the physically challenged. we are moving to, I want to apologize to the speaker that was supposed to speak based on, certain situation. So we are moving again according to the program. And the next speaker will be talking on peace and security, intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. Over to you, Mr. Amadou Koita. Mr. Amadou Koita, can you please raise your hands up so we can identify you in the Zoom?
Mr. Koita with the techno back. As we wait to get him on. Okay, he's here. Unmute yourself.
This is the things I do. Yes, for me country, green, white, and blue. I know say the bella them over and down no go party. Go down bad attacks. You know we on the real come together as one. For we country flag. Good life for me country flag. Good and if they say what I eat, then go up and parry. You go one of them. If they say what we score, then go disallow the goal. You go one of them. Now who that them? The bella them. Who are the bella them? You go one of them. If they say what they can, then go disturb with peace. You go one of them.
Do we have Mr. Koita ready? Mr. Amadou Koita.
Papa, this is the moon. Mama, this is the moon. Papa, this is the moon. Capital A, capital B, capital C, they want on and to D. Within of them plan, they want good sabi. Within of them plan, they want good sabi. We don't go ever retreat and we not go surrender. Holy Ghost fire, they make them blunder.
Well, let's move on.
Is Mr. Koita around? If not, we can move on to the next session.
Can we have, if while we are waiting for Mr. Koita, can we just have Mr. Mamadou Stephen from Concerned Citizens Sierra Leone make a statement? Mr. Mamadou Stevens.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, hi. I just want to give my apologies because the president was meant to speak, but unfortunately from Concerned Sierra Leoneans, he was called away at the 11th hour. So as you said, my name is Mamadou Stevens. I'm the coordinator for Concerned Sierra Leoneans based in the United Kingdom. The statement I am about to read is titled Concerned Sierra Leoneans Global Address on the Intimidation, Unlawful Arrest and High-Handedness of President Bio on Freedom of Speech. Fellow Sierra Leoneans and international partners, I greet you all in the spirit of unity, freedom, and justice. Concerned Sierra Leoneans is an organization that is legally resident in the United Kingdom. We are a non-political, non-governmental organization. It is in such capacity as ardent believers in democracy and as human rights activists that we acknowledge this virtual protest and tender our sincere appreciation to the organizers,
Diaspora Unity Campaign, and the Consortium of Progressive Political Parties Corp of this event concerning the alarming number of human rights violations being committed with impunity by the current Sierra Leone People's Party SLPP government in Sierra Leone. However, today marks a very somber chapter in the democratic dispensation of Sierra Leone when citizens have to resort to virtual protests to express their constitutional rights to protest under Chapter 3, the recognition and protection of fundamental human rights and freedoms of the individual, whereas every Sierra Leonean, every person in Sierra Leone is entitled to the fundamental human rights to protest. It is a clear manifestation that Sierra Leone under the ruling SLPP government of President Julius Maada Bio is undemocratic. We are alarmed by the spontaneous and sporadic human rights violations and the flagrant abuse of the law and the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. We vehemently condemn the alarming rise and indiscriminate violence perpetrated by the security forces, the gross human rights violations predominantly on the people from the northern and western areas of Sierra Leone who are mainly aligned with the main opposition All People's Congress APC party, including the leader of the Alliance Democratic Party ADP, Mr. Mohamed Kamaremba Mansare. Furthermore, we call for the immediate release of all illegal detainees, including the 13 illegally detained protesters from Makeni in northern Sierra Leone, and demand a full independent public inquiry into the 5 murdered protesters in Makeni, the killings in Tombo, the killings in Mile 91, the killings in Lonsa, and the Pademba Road maximum prison massacre. Concerned Sierra Leoneans have observed the flagrant violations of the 1991 Constitution. Some of the never-ending constitutional violations follow. The blatant disregard of the constitutional order in Sierra Leone is continuing unabated. Here are a few of them. The blatant travel ban on former state officials without court orders is a blatant violation of Chapter 3 of the Sierra Leone Constitution, which recognizes and protects fundamental human rights to freedom of movement. The unconstitutional selection of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker went against Section 78, Section 79 and 80 of the 1991 Constitution. The forceful removal of opposition members from the well of Parliament went against Section 98. The refusal to follow parliamentary procedures for the approval of presidential appointments contrary to Parliamentary Standing Orders 2006. The sacking of holders of tenured and protected offices go against Section 137. Currently, an opposition APC youth, Michael Magba Mansare, has spent 48 days now in custody for absolutely no crime as a result of his video done on April 27, 2021, in which Mr. Mansare expressed dissenting views critical of President Bio. The government, through the Sierra Leone police, used a law enacted in 2008, which specifically states it is only for criminal offenses involving dangerous drugs like cocaine and heroin. Mr. Mansare was then wrongly and maliciously charged under the 2008 law. He was wrongfully and summarily found guilty of a non-existent crime of having 9 Panadol tablets, for which he has now been sentenced for 8 months in jail. Nelson Mandela once stated that to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. We therefore prevail upon the international community to do whatever is necessary to restore our democracy without delay, including prompt implementation of economic sanctions, travel ban, international arrest warrants, asset freeze of the First Lady and high-ranking government officials who have accrued wealth through corruption. That concludes my station of solidarity, but a full complementary compilation of our reports to the international community will be launched next month. I thank you all for being here, and I thank you for your time, and I thank you for listening. God bless Sierra Leone.
Unmute yourself, Rachel.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for that wonderful statement, Mr. Stevens. Of course, it is all clear what Mr. Steven, just said. It is very evident. It is very clear. It is something we see on social media. The videos are there and everything. So we want to thank you for laying emphasis on those issues. Matilda, what we have now, can we see if we have Mr. Amadou Koita to talk on peace and security?
Yes, go ahead. Let's see if he's been able to come back in. Mr. Koita, are you here? Can you raise your hand up? Can we see your hand?
Given some time, he's trying to log in back, the connectivity.
Okay, meanwhile, while we wait, not to waste time, can we cue in Mr. Gavin Cole? Mr. Gavin Cole, as we wait for Mr. Quater to log in. Mr. Gavin Cole.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gavin Cole, a former employee of Union Trust Bank, an example of gross human rights violation and political suppression. On the 9th of February 2021, I was sacked by the Union Trust Bank because of a comment and question asked to the First Lady about the legal use of funds at the office of the First Lady. The next day, I was called upon by the CEO. Without hearing my own point of view, he said I'm at war with the First Lady. I tried to explain, but with no avail. I was asked out of his office and immediately sacked. I am one out of thousands who since 2018 have been sacked from their respective office and livelihood because of political ideology, tribe, and region. Sierra Leone has become a place presently where you can't say your view without you being harassed or imprisoned by the police force. As we all know, there are others who have had more severe experience than me, and during this program, they will share their experience. We all as Sierra Leone must come forward to say stop to this police brutality, injustice, and bad governance. I want to thank the organizer of this occasion for allowing us to share our story and making this program a success, that the international donors, international community can hear our story. Once more, thank you very much.
Okay, do we have Mr. Quater? Do we have Mr. Quater? Mr. Amadou Quater, do we have Mr. Amadou Quater? Mr. Amadou Quater, I see a galaxy and up. Is that Mr. Amadou Quater? Technical team, can you confirm?
Yes.
Okay. Rachel, can you introduce him, please?
Well, I think, like I said before, Mr. Amadou Koita will be talking on peace and security, intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. So over to you, Mr. Amadou Koita.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, fellow Sierra Leoneans. It depends to the part of the world we did. As Mina Amadou Koita Makalu, commonly called Comrade Koita, I want to take this opportunity for tell the organizers and thank you for at least for begin for Rudent here and at the diaspora and bring in terms of people we moral grantors their attention to Sierra Leone because at this point in time we need this one. When I normally always tell people and say Salone big pass to all, big pass any political party or any individual, any to do. If not good, we enjoy am picking them, we can pick them and we just get on board. If not bad, equally good the same. I want to talk on the peace and security because always we talk so a gear to one sensitive team winner security. If we not get security, we know they get investment. If we not get security, we know they get peace. Because security is the backbone of any nation development. You know, people in peace, if we know they fight war, we not get a political war between political parties, they will not get interaction on that, we get peace. That is very wrong. It's wrong because with the crisis they develop, na process, they grow, and the thing they do, they aid them for level to that party. Like you don't say, naturally for now, Sierra Leoneans, if not 100% back, can say some maybe 70 or 80%, not get peace within themselves, and you get so many reasons them way back to that, and we busy na threat to national security. People them where they sack na job because of them political party belief or because of them tribal belief, then they not get peace of mind and a threat to national security. People will be say today, then they're afraid for even talk na threat to security. I take on to the TRC report. We'll go to the TRC report. It say the main cause of the 1991 civil war, when we fought 11 years, na police and the judiciary. There are different causes, but the main one they say the police and the judiciary. The two make we get one at Salone, 1991, 30 years ago. They say intimidation or lawful arrest and detention, tribalism, nepotism, and so many things. And when they see the worst of it, they happy now. In fact, since independence to date, under these 3 years plus Madam regime, what you don't do, nobody not do in the history of Salone, even the AFRC, even the RUF beyond the rebel line, they're not doing anything with that issue now. Because now, within a Salone, no get war. But all man knows is a post-war country, meaning anything can happen back at any time. If we not see America take we to level 3 in security, you also have security until level 3. In fact, they get colors. That's now the amber color and the WBC. From that point now, you go level 4, now the red. Level 3, now we don't know see anything can happen at any time. They not get specific time, but something that happen at Salone at any time. And all of this Salone, know, even at the out of Salone, no, because if people cannot travel to Salone because they feel say you don't oppose government. If people cannot travel to Salone because they feel say you belong to a set of tribal or political party, that tells you the level of insecurity in the country. But there are institutions that are responsible for that. One part institution responsible for that now, ONS. ONS was built after the war. Their main functions and in job now to understand the problem, analyze them, and advise government appropriately. Say this thing, this action for continue to take them. In maybe in the future we'll get crisis, and this type of crisis, then they do threat analysis. But the ONS, because of tribalism, nepotism, tribalizing the institutions, the monarchy member, the 11th of May and the 14th of May, pull a document of tribal appointment them. Salone, for God's sake, if not 90%, but 85% of the job na public job them. The private sector are just 10% or 50%. So if you can sack people because of their political party belief, you can sack people because of that tribal line belief. What if it's happening? These are the people who go to tomorrow, then galvanize, then sit down and think, then get the same mind, then couch until you know they expect maybe go past what happened in 1991. But these are the platform we all for come together, Sierra Leoneans. We put political party interest behind, we put tribal line interest behind, we put self-interest behind, we put the nation first. Because Salone, a big part, each and every one of we have been a victim of intimidation, have been a victim of human rights abuse, have been a victim of unlawful arrest and detention, have been a victim because I expressed my view for defend Sierra Leone and one or even no way them use weapon power. Where I tell them say according to the rule, I'm an expertise in that field. I say this will not allow you for fire because the person will fire not commit any crime and up till date the person in jail. Look like Sylvia Blyden. Paulo Conte was unlawfully arrested and sentenced again unlawfully. Michael Masari in a prison job because he praised, say, now the former president or the former governor, they make stadium or other things. Them. So if we are coming here as a Sierra Leoneans, we'll get for sincere to ourselves, what we want to achieve at the end of the day. Then if we not achieve nothing, then we'll put it again. But the bottom line is, if you know this alone, we all feel the same pain. Because if you know this alone, your mama this alone, papa this alone, auntie this alone, you must indirectly connect it to Sierra Leone. So if something happen, every one of we, they feel like either you did or you know did. In fact, I was feel like because the pressure una same for we. Think stronger right now. The insecurity in Salone, lack of job don't create a lot of insecurity in Salone. Like they see, then they do broad daylight robbery. Then you see the killing don't intensify. Do I people they know now do I what they see? Or they see in the media? Do I they do in a corner? When I know at the time I say the too much killing for cheap things, the thief, is intensifying because of insecurity. Now let me tell you something, fellow Sierra Leoneans. We don't do in a country we say the tone of right, this is a fundamental right for protest and demonstration. Nobody no government talk safe. The critical example, December 1, we call for protest. We vote in the government with the value of the protest, then the government then the only way they can go parade to garbage trucks them. That they will say with the call for protest, and the route they will use, and then to use, they arrest people them. They arrest some people from McKinney, from Freetown, because they feel say for protest now under their own time, now forbidden thing. These are things where they make people then go back to war. These are things where they make people then go back to interregnum. These are things where they make people then come back to crisis. And if it's something happening in Salone right now, we'll not take and say it was past 1991 because now people, 80% of you them today, now ex-combatants, ex-soldier, now ex-commando or ex-RAF. Most of them no weapon. And considering the drugs where they're not exposed to again, if anything happen, we get forget to say for blame. So if not happen, then make for Canadian platform here. Then we'll have a call for physical protest on the ground because doing this Zoom protest is all problem until we hold the government accountable. Like what it was more say. The one where the civil society them, they're not muscle them. So then can say not because of for safe Salone, they can say for a purpose, them they oppose APC by them aggressively because they wanted themselves to come in. Now no can not buy them in so they carry us to the political party. You may belong to any political party, you all belong. I'm an APC man, but it's a big party APC. I'm not talking for APC here. And they talk for the poor person like Michael Masari, like Foster, within a jail, like come on, within a jail without any follow due process of the law, how for trial, if either guilty or not guilty. Like the body from McKinney, where they hold them up to a jail, they don't even go court. And so many people are in a jail, where this so don't take 5 years, 6 years, 7 years without sentencing them, and they don't even go court without convicting them. Me go to jail 8 months in the solitary confinement with 34 count charge. I've been accused and discharged without compensation, and I do under with 13 warrants of arrest as you don't know now. I have 13 warrants of arrest waiting for me again, for rearrest me again, for go up the same way. How long will it pan this year? We get for stand up and try we best for make we able for tackle them here because if we need a control, we not get freedom of speech. We cannot protest. We not get for talk. We need to depend on ourselves. What is the democracy? Democracy, the government is from the people, for the people, and by the people. This is not democracy. This is not even junta regime because I've been in the junta government twice. The MPS, have been in DPAM and AFRC. Even the two governments not do things that happen. So it's not even junta regime. This I don't know how to call this regime, but when I believe it, when I leave it, Sierra Leone is heading for level 4 very, very soon. Whether any people are going to say Salone peaceful, that people are going to say Salone no get security. Make sure that the all man will grab, but it will be too late and no go find. And will conscious then no go ever serve well for Sidom. Salone cross level 3 now to level 4. We're at the red stage. We go tell you now the fire don't kitchen Salone. Salone they not begin killing themselves, they don't begin burn holes, they don't begin cut pull and back, they don't do so many things that will not go left for it, not begin rape woman because woman and picking and so far the worst part any crisis now any part of the world. Lord will not sit down until that happens. Now we could can for now express with you there. Let this program not be the last. Now continue. When I did Diaspora, I get a lot of things for play. When I can demonstrate anytime somebody to go, if in a minister self, when I go demonstrate to go. Now the world knows say Sierra Leoneans are not happy. If not all, but 80% to 90% are not happy. 80% to 90% life not safe. 80% to 90% they not get security. 80% to 90% not get job because this is insecurity. The TIC report it did it clearly all the things that happen soon, this is the policy. If we do them here, the court crisis. So if I can say, I just want to open all my eyes here, Lord, pay attention as a law, all stand up as a nation and talk for make we save the country from the destruction we done on top of. If not someday, sometimes, one day, we all will regret that.
Well, that is the voice of Mr. Amadou Koita talking about peace, security, intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. He wasn't just talking about, giving stories, but he has personally experienced, he has a personal experience when it comes to intimidation, illegal arrest, and freedom of expression. So I want to thank you, Mr. Amadou Koita. And over to you, Matilda. We're moving to the second session, or we still have another speaker?
Yes, we're moving into the second session. Thank you very much, Mr. Amadou Koita, for bringing up all of these, touch points, in delivering your statement. Now we're going to the second session, and this second session, so we get for you from a youth where they can talk on education, innovation, and the inclusion and their inclusion in development. We also get for Kanye but climate change, the destruction of the environment and the ecosystem. And we get for talk about well-body business, so health. So even as we go to the next session, I want for make with technical team play a synopsis of what in this session they're about.
Nobody knows say the president not get power under 86(1) for call parliament when he wishes. Nobody knows say that. But two problems. One, the SO very specific. So when the president called the speaker, say he wants an emergency sitting, then definitely the next thing will happen, the speaker for call the majority and minority leaders, the parliament, together with the clerk and get consultations. As I talk publicly today, that not be happening.
Una for recall saying this same parliament passed the state of emergency law and then promise we say then go bring regulations within 2 weeks. Regulations not until after 1 month. I mean after almost 1 year before the regulations then come where the state of emergency they expire. That context important why the opposition suspicious of waiting they go on. So any violation of process or procedure, the way the leader of the opposition don't state matter. The standing order is very clear. Standing order 43B, 43A. In the case of any emergency of which notice is given to Mr. Speaker by the President, a meeting may be summoned on such notice as Mr. Speaker may determine in consultation with the majority and minority party leaders of the House. Very clear. We're not getting no notice. That's what we see on social media.
There's no way. No
That's a total sabotage.
No, it's
you
not
don't have the right.
sabotage.
It's not within your jurisdiction.
It's not sabotage.
You're being supervised by this ministry.
Not
You understand?
sabotage. We have a responsibility to make sure we pay
You have a
for
limit.
things that are
No, you
done.
have a limit. You have a limit. 120 trucks, only 69 are out today. Only 69.
Only 22 have come here.
You understand?
Only 22 have come here. So where the other 40, 47? Only 22
I'm not talking
have
about
come
that.
here.
The total number of trucks is 120.
Only 22
You have no mandate to stop the payment of contractors.
Yes.
You have no mandate.
I have a responsibility.
You have no mandate.
I have a responsibility to make sure there's evidence of payment. I will.
Video the guys.
Okay, I would ask the technical team to cue in the video for session 2. Cue in the video for session 2.
Then I think Matilda, if
Matilda, go ahead with that. I'm having a some technical difficulty with it.
So then we will have to go to the constitutional, the constitution and the rule of law, because that's most of the clip that you see before we came in is basically focused on the constitution and the rule of law. So I beg to I'm apologizing for that technical itch, but I think we have to go to the constitution so we can set the pace for the speaker. Over to you, Dr. Dennis Bright. I think is Dr. Dennis Bright?
No, it's okay. So let's start with corruption and the economy. Alfred Senior Sanko and Arthur Pierce.
Okay.
Right. Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for such a wonderful and organized program. And I'm not sure if Arthur is around, but it did say earlier that he was experiencing some electricity issue in the country. So you can imagine.
Are they around? Are they around?
Thank you, Arthur. Right. We've had, things way, people have said, Comrade and, Thomas Mokonte talking about, issues pertaining, things about security. And the reason why, I'm happy that all these things were said before we talked about the economy. People always say one thing, that, the white people do come to Sierra Leone and rip us off, or go to Africa and rip us off. But one key thing that we are failing as Africans or Sierra Leoneans is that the fact that, which I think Comrade Quater and Thomas More Conte have mentioned, is the security. No country would thrive or succeed economically without, the security being in place. I heard Franca talking about, I think, is it like the women right? Being like, we don't deteriorate from the 137th position to now 153rd position in the world. Interestingly, me fumble them, we get to realize one thing, Africa, when we talk about the economy, when we say the white people come to rip us off, it is not true. I mean, and I'm playing the devil's advocate here. And the reason why I say this is because, in basic economic term, it tells you, reward goes with risk. Any reward is based on the risk that is actually available or surrounds that particular reward. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. So what does that mean? If we do not take care of our security, of course, when people go in our country, then they demand more from we, because why? The insurance cost that they incur in investing in Sierra Leone is very, very high. I mean, everyone here, if maybe una no know, Salone plane not a sleep day. Why? Because they deem we very, very risky. They cannot get them plane. They cool them, like the cabin cools them, no, they sleep na Salone. Why? Because they deem we very, very risky. And just, before Mr. Pierce come inside, very quickly, I just want kind of like make we talk about, the COI. The government tell we say that it fights corruption. Typical example, where surely I believe say Mr. Arthur can talk about, the